Republican Hill says Trump should work with Congress on a Bitcoin reserve.
Hello everyone, how's it going? Sorry I'm a bit late. What are the odds that Trump never starts talking?
Williams says, I still think neutral rate is lower than the 1990s. It goes to the Q&A part of the session with Williams.
It was supposed to start 25 minutes ago. Love that. We need to really pay attention to this guy who's at like 898, 900. See if we can hold him on retest. There's a seller trying to step in, secondary, at 83. We can hold this area. It'll be pretty important
down 1%.
for continuation trades. So I'm going to keep this area as our re-offer now. Watch to see if these guys can remain on side, below, or we punish them heavily on any pushback above. Watching as we push into 900. Again, big seller sitting here. We're just waiting to see if he can hold it and then rotate us back down from his area. Or if we recover it and then look for a bid back over 30s. Suplex. I'm at 1 here into our low. The anime or the manhwa? I haven't watched the finale yet. That came out, right? Yeah, I'll have to watch it. The quality is so nice. I'm glad that they've been doing it justice. Retesting our 83s here, see if we put in a lower high or if we're able to pop and then bid over 900s. Those are really the only two things I'm interested in. Solid rejection off of 83, our secondary seller. Push down, lower high, retesting our lows, seeing if we can breach or if it's going to continue to hold. If they continue to absorb into these lows and then we pop over this 900, there is a really solid chance that we shoot up. So we need to see continued selling and a willingness to kind of continue punishing these guys that are positioned here. Or rotations back up to this POC are pretty likely for another like 30 points. So just keeping an eye on everything, seeing how we build these lows. If we at any point see ES and RTY start to look above our value edge, right? Look above our value edge and reclaim it, stop trying to short. But as long as these are maintaining below and holding our trend, right? We'll be looking for a continuation, reoffer, and then a push down. But if at any point we reclaim our value edges, get the hell out of that short trade, or stop attempting until we push back below it. Yeah, I mean, it's just ADR as well, right? Ratio. So it makes a lot of sense that there's a bid. The big buyer on RTY is just sitting at 42s. I'm not sure what they're doing on Dom. So potentially one more leg down into like 42 before we pop, but we'll see. You guys have a decent morning? A little excited there, Ty. Uh, 200 contracts at 850. I think it will be filled. Um, you saw that on Dom? Or what? Again, Russell, the liquidity that was resting at 42, we're watching to see as we push down into it if they fill and then bounce us, or if we'll continue to rotate down. Our 900 to 83 pivot on NQ held as resistance, and we've now made a new low. Watching as we look down into that 42 here on Russell to see if a buyer steps in and rotates us back up, or if this is going to flip and they don't care about it.
US stocks extend fall. S&P 500 down 1%.
Offer trying to move down to this 46 to 57 on NQ. Just watching to see if they continue to hold this or if we pop back above. I think if we do hold it, we're probably headed to like 784, 800 down here. Into our ADR. We pop this pivot and bid above 57. Something like this. It should just take out this high and look back into 900. As long as this is maintaining, should be able to rotate down into this. Just keep an eye on RTY. As long as that's falling, market will fall. If you're still in a runner from our 983 offer, I would just move your stop above 60 probably for a runner. Look for continuation. Pushed into target there, tagged 800. Probably a little bit more down into like 780, 784. This is ADR here on NQ, so definitely a good profit target. I think you can probably wait until ES comes into ADR itself for your full risk off. And then I would just probably chill flat until we figure out what we want to do from there. Trump is still not talking. This man cannot. Why do we schedule meetings for certain times and then not show up? So annoying, man. Adds like an extra hour of just like a grind in the market. Is pushing into second target here to 784 tagging. If we can get back over 800s, there might be a something, right? Reclaim and then rotation back into this. But if this breaches, we'll look at this as our offer point. This is a secondary target here into 784. Still need to see RTY find its low. Again, I think you just get like a grind down until ES gets to 677 into our ADR low. But if we can reclaim our 800 edge, you should be able to trade up to like 830 if we can do that. If the seller wants to continue to hold this, though, that's when you run into issues. The 830 trade would just be a rotation back to POC. So this is we're watching to see if this can hold here. There it is. Risk off one. Straight to target, tagged it, and then rotated right to next target, 830. So we'll see if we can get over and bid, or if this is going to hold its resistance. Unsure as of yet. Secondary target would be up at like 68, I think. 60. That's your value low. That's a little bit more realistic. We'll see if we can even bid over this. Russell's trying to attempt to find a low. Yes, is at our halfway back. Just watching our any loss of momentum here at our halfway backs. Need to show any interest above this this POC of previous candle. But 60 definitely next target.
Trump administration ways pulling hundreds of millions in federal funds from Colombia, according to the Wall Street Journal.
Gotta get over these halfway backs for anything more. RTY starting to lead down. If it takes out that low, this move's probably over. NQ and ES still holding higher lows. RTY leading down. See if they flip this. Got to get below 90 and then offer for breakdown. Got to see that offer step. Be like Russell new low though. Yeah, but like there's someone absorbing here in the 90s, so you need to see the shift below for you to feel comfortable, or you could potentially just rotate this 90 back up to 30s, right? It's just the bottom of balance, so you don't want to be preemptive about it. I mean, at least that's what I would want to do, because that's way too large of a stop, trying to short the edge low. Unless you like want to just like be chilling in a trade for the entire balance, being on the wrong side. You know what I mean? Offer wants to step down 90 to 800. Watching to see if they can do it, or if bids step above 800s again, and then we rotate through. They fail to shift here, that's what will happen. This is where you need to see the offer step in. This yellow bucks. We're watching for this move. Or again, we'll just rotate through balance again with the failure. Gonna delete our old pathing now that both flags of this have played. Decent attempt to accelerate. I'd love to see a retest into that 90 to 800 and then immediate push down if this is going to hold. Yes, breaking lows. RTY still flat.
Trump speaking in the White House now. Remember, the video is on the Financial News feed for you to watch.
Only an hour late. Huge. Watching to see if offer holds into this or if we flip it. Trump speaking now. Please be careful.
Trump to sign executive order related to student loans.
To student loans. What? Is the feed working for you guys? Because I can't. Still not loading for me.
Trump touts manufacturing turnaround.
How'd this man link the feed and he can see it, but we can't?
So we're just gonna post the video from the White House, which has the actual live video. Looks like the Fox News one is probably gonna show the speech after he's done. They did say live, but for some reason it hasn't. But there we go. Video is out on the Financial News feed for you to watch from the White House
Alright,
live.
man. Fucking Fox News.
Trump to sign action on public service loan forgiveness program.
Major gains, boys.
Gillian says labor market supported by consumption and social benefits. Excuse me, so that was to do with Brazil there.
Rotation back to our 30. Again, probably goes to 60 here if we can build above 30s at all. If not, this will be our offer again, top of balance.
So Trump comments on manufacturing.
15
and
seconds till new
jobs.
15 minutes.
Trump says we will shrink government and grow the private sector.
$60 target here, watching to see if we can hold it. We want to see a build between 46 to 60, recover this pivot, or this will be the top.
Trump says that I want auto parts to be built and made in the US.
Watching for a retest of our 30. This POC is from previous candle. Good bid. Let's see if we can push over 60 off of it. We can flip 60, 90s is likely. If 60s hold, then we're going to have to retest this pivot again, and then it's probably a rotation back down off the failure. Just keeping an eye on Russell. As long as trend's continuing up, I'm thinking ES goes to value low, retest. This is our push into our ES value edge. Good area to risk off one. We look to see if we can reclaim and then bid off of it for secondary move. Pushing into our 90 here on NQ. 90 to 900, guys. That's next target. Remember, 84 is kind of your first little risk off offer
Trump says
from
Canada
earlier.
has
That was our
tremendously high
target.
tariffs on lumber.
We can get over the top of this balance and bid. That'll be huge for rotation up to 920. But understand this is the top of this previous balance where we shorted our first attempt. So anywhere in here is where we're going to be watching to see if sell side sits. If we can flip it and then bid it, then we go up. Out one here.
Trump on Canada says we may do more tariffs today. It again says we may do more tariffs today.
Okay, I'm out off of tariff. The word tariff, I'm out. Watching our low here into 46 to 60. Watching our low balance. Seeing if this can hold or if this flips.
So Trump saying we may do reciprocal tariffs as early as today.
Okay.
And may charge them what they charge us.
We want to see if we can hold bottom of
It's
balance
still
here
a
and then
weakening
push
from
over
the previous
900s, or
one,
if that's all we get.
not really a whole lot there.
You think I'm trading as soon as he says tariff? Have we seen what the market looks like? Holy shit.
Trump saying count on Canada tariffs may do today or Monday or Tuesday. The EU
Maybe
wants a
today.
terrible
Maybe,
abuse of tariffs.
any other day next week. Tariff roulette. We love that.
And India has agreed to cut tariffs way down.
Yeah, so there's our tariff word, my secondary exit. Thanks.
It's seen some further weakness from the Canadian dollar, as Trump says on Canada tariffs that we may do today or Monday or Tuesday in regards to reciprocal tariffs.
It's alright, Ty. He'll cancel it the day after he puts in the tariff. Part of the deal, baby. Tuesdays, Monday and Tuesday, reverse Wednesday, Thursday. Yeah, right after he loads, he closes his shorts. It opens logs. Then he goes on Fox to say that he was just joking. It's big brain, man. If you shorted when he said tariff, you'd be up 50 points, yeah? You're not wrong. We do a little trolling, yep. So now he hates the market? No, I really do believe that they're you know what, never mind, I'm not gonna say it.
Seeing the loonie falling to a daily low.
How would you guys feel if your currency was called the loonie? Such an interesting nickname from Canada.
According to AP, US halted Ukraine access to program sharing satellite images.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I don't get it. Let's just invade Canada. What a solid idea. True. Ratio's got that bot energy. He's got that YouTube bot energy.
Trump says we'll have more manufacturing jobs instead of government jobs.
So full rotation down from our offer and ES into our value low edge. Rejected that pretty heavily. Back down to our bottom here on ES into ADR. And rotation all the way back down on NQ. Again, we'll watch this rotation below this 90 to 800 on NQ. If we can do it, we'll watch for an offer into 30s. Watching just for this this move. It's the same trades as before, right? It's where we're in an auction, so we need to see a step below and then a rotation through if we are going to hold this seller and show weakness, or we'll just trade through balance again. So we want to see a continuation of these lower highs into our 24 to 30, and then we want to see a step down below 90s for continuation. If this holds, right, then it's just going to be a rotation right back up.
Trump says there hasn't been much disturbance so far. Goldman Sachs cuts 2025 US GDP growth forecast to 1.7% quarter on quarter compared to Q4 to Q4 versus prior forecast.
Yeah, no, I know why it's called a loony. It's just a stupid name. I get it. I understand, but do understand. Watching our 90 offer, seeing if we can hold. Need to see Russell break lows.
Trump says I'm expecting good economic data and reports. Trump on tariffs says there will always be changes.
Russell retesting lows, no break, bid. Still trying to offer this 90. We'll see if it holds. Need to see Russell break
Trump
down.
says that we want to help companies create jobs.
Watching our halfway back on RTY for weakness. Same thing with ES. Again, both have held our lows, so it's not looking optimistic yet. Need to see this 800 to 90 flip offer. Watching for weakness on Russell. Lower high, continue it, or we're going to rotate back up. Again, both held our lows. It's 30 seconds until new 15s. Oh yeah, for sure. I'll go. There's a reason why we don't manufacture in America anymore, and it's not because we don't like. It's just so much cheaper everywhere else. It's just it's isolationism is not a way to lower costs. That is for sure.
Trump says we're going to load up Michigan with auto jobs. So I did see the Canadian dollar extending decline, weakening as much as 0.9%.
Watching to see if we rebid 800 here or flip it off of this failure. If we fail below 80 to 90 to 800, then we get a new low. I'm almost positive. If this 800 edge holds, then we continue upward. Right, because we took out the high of this little balance and retested. So if this is now a look below and then a look back into balance, and then this rotates, we should push up. Does that make sense? Do you guys get what I'm saying? Holding this is our pivot. We rebid our value
Trump
low, a
says
previous
CHIPS
candle.
Act is a waste of money.
So rotation to like 46 would make sense if we can pop here. Again, like I'm not willing to short this until I
Russia
see
is
Russell
bombing the
break
hell
our
out of
low
Ukraine.
and we see our
Trump
90
says
to
Russia is
800
bombing the hell out of Ukraine.
break.
Trump says I'm finding it more difficult to deal with Ukraine. It's harder to deal with Ukraine than Russia. Trump says I believe Putin.
Russell retesting lows.
Also, Trump saying it may be easier to do a deal with Russia on final settlement. Ukraine has to get on the ball and get the job done. Walt says
Russell
we think we're
break.
going to get things back on track with Ukraine.
Let's watch our retest of breaks here.
Also, Walt saying we aim to get ceasefire. We aim to get ceasefire in place between Ukraine and Russia.
Do you agree? Interesting POC shift on ES here. Into 84s. NQ 810s.
Fed's Kugler coming through with comments. Saying uncertainty about inflationary effects of new policies, citing rising inflation expectations, limited inflation progress, wage growth consistent with 2% goal given productivity, labor market has substantially rebalanced and stabilized. It's appropriate to hold policy rates steady for some time. There are important upside risks to inflation, and sees steady monetary policy for some time on recent inflation data, and flags big rise in some inflation expectations readings. And there are important upside risks to inflation. Future Fed policy changes will be driven by data, and strongly supported steady rate policy at January FMC.
Powell speaks at 9:30. What is that in EST?
Trump says that if Ukraine doesn't want to settle, then we're out of there.
Powell speaks at 12:30 Eastern. Yes. There's like it's a bunch of Fed speakers though. It's Williams at 10:45, and then Kugler at 12:20, and then Powell at 12:30, and then Kugler again at 1. And then you have Trump signing some more executive orders and talking again at 2:30.
Also, a reminder at the bottom of the hour, we're expected to get Fed's Powell speaking on the economic outlook. Text and Q&A is expected.
What's up, Sauce? If we start to hold these POC shifts, we will rotate up. Just understand that. I'd like to see a rebid of this 810, 820 area. See if we can bid, and then we should be able to rotate up to 60. See if we can flip it.
According to government statement, Canada launching $5 billion Canadian dollar trade impact program to help Canadian exporters reach new markets in response to US tariffs. Canada will make $1 billion Canadian dollar in new financing available through farm credit program to help farmers address cash flow problems. That's again according to government statement from Canada. Trump says Europe doesn't know how to end the war. 5 minutes to go to we're expected to hear from Fed's Power with text and Q&A.
It's your first risk off here in the 60s off our hold of 24 on the POC shift. Powell's speaking soon, so move stops to
Trump
at least
says
break even.
something is going to happen very soon with Iran. Trump saying, hopefully we can have a peace deal.
If we can start to bid over 60s, 90 to 900 seems very likely. Again, news coming soon, so just being runners. We're at our first pivot here. Watch our retest of our ES value edge as your risk off, whatever comes first, either our breach into 90 to 900 on NQ for your runner, or our 700 edge on ES, if you are willing to hold. I've taken off a majority of my position
Trump
here
says, I want
into
to settle
60.
the Ukraine war before any security guarantees. So Trump has finished speaking in the Oval Office. Trump on war in Ukraine says that the security part is easy.
All right, Trump done, Powell starting. I'll post the feed as soon as I have it, if there is one.
One minute to go now until we're expected to hear from Fed's Powell.
Yeah, and the only way that we lower the prices is going to be through subsidies, right? That's the only way. It can only last for so long. It just doesn't make sense. But you have to think, like, from a doomer perspective, how scared does the U.S. government have to be of World War III and us not having any ability to have rapid manufacturing jobs to start making, ammo, start making all of these other things like we did in World War II, where all of our
Fed doesn't need to
factories
hurry,
flipped.
and can wait for greater clarity. And I expect path to 2% inflation will
Let
continue
this
to
guy
be
talk.
bumpy. So again, Fed doesn't need to hurry and can wait for greater clarity.
You have to remember, like, most manufacturing
saying
plants.
Most longer-term inflation expectations remain stable. Uncertainty around policy changes effects remain high. Many indicators show job market is solid and broadly balanced, and expect path to 2% inflation will continue to be bumpy. Tariffs driving near-term inflation expectations higher. Recent data show possible slowdown in consumer spending. Progress in reducing inflation has been broad-based. Central bank does not need to be in a hurry to adjust interest rates. Some near-term survey and market measures of inflation expectations have moved up, driven by tariffs. Uncertainty around Trump administration policies and their economic effects remain high. Fed is well positioned to wait for greater clarity. Most longer-term inflation expectations remain stable, consistent with 2% goal. Net effect of trade, immigration, fiscal, and regulation policy is what matters for the economy and monetary policy. Fed policy is not on a preset course and can maintain policy restraint for longer if inflation progress stalls, or ease if labor market unexpectedly weakens or inflation falls more than expected. Labor market is solid and broadly in balance. Inflation somewhat above 2% goal, but moving closer to target. US economy is in good place despite elevated uncertainty. Path to 2% inflation will be bumpy, and Fed does not overreact to one or two readings that are higher or lower than anticipated. Labor market not a significant source of inflationary pressure. And just repeats that 2% inflation goal is not a focus of Fed's framework review, results due later in the summer. Recent indicators point to possible moderation in consumer spending, heightened uncertainty, and remains to be seen how these developments may affect future spending and investment. Some near-term survey market measures of inflation expectations have moved up, driven by tariffs.
Are you done? Pushing into our 80, 890 to 900. This is your next target here. If we can flip it, amazing, right? This is a huge shift. But if this holds its resistance, it's the same as before. Offer just sitting here. So you want to be mostly risked off, and we'll look to see if we can add on to a position or if this is going to continue to rotate back down. Right, we need to see a flip. This is RTY flirting with our value edge into 50s. Watching to see if we get a loss of momentum or if we can push over and start to rotate our upper auction from this morning. Super big shift here potentially if we can get over and hold.
Hello, everybody.
What's up, man?
Not much.
But yeah, like what I was saying earlier is like you have to be like when we in World War II, we shifted so many manufacturing plants from their products and to shift it into like ammo making and all of these other things that we needed for the war, and like that possibility doesn't exist if a World War III happened. Whereas like China, when they build factories, it is in their contract that they can quickly shift over to produce military weapons, like very quickly shift over to produce ammo. Like these things are like built into their infrastructure. So I think a lot of this is a scare that we won't be prepared for the inevitable, and I think that worries people quite a bit. But maybe that's just me.
Well, I think even on that point too is that a lot of the manufacturing that we would actually need, it's like complex manufacturing.
Yeah.
Because it's no longer just like bullets, it's like drone parts and like more complex engines, and we are definitely not even equipped for that. Obviously the basic stuff will still be needed, but the United States does not have enough places that can push out more complex things.
Yeah.
I think it's there was an interview I watched recently with a bunch of like current like buds instructors for the SEALs. They were talking how back when like they were going through stuff and like early Afghanistan days in Iraq and stuff, that you could, if you made like a new product or a new like kind of strategy, it would generally take the enemy like 3 to
So you were
5
talking if
years to
there's
figure it
slightly
out
pair
and counter
losses
it.
after Powell's comments.
Talk.
Treasuries hold gains after Powell reiterates Fed not in a hurry.
And what they're seeing in like Ukraine and stuff with the drone advancements is that it's a 5 to 30 day turnover schedule, where within 5 to 30 days you can figure out what the other guy's doing and the new strategy or the new drone or the new, and then like you have to like reinvent. So like even that type of like quick response manufacturing is like not how we're set up as a country.
Yeah.
Just in terms of like dies, you know, like even like a manufacturing die, like China like is making them. Like we can't. I mean, we can. We just don't.
We really want to see this bid hold, this flag here on NQ. Super important that we're able to hold this pivot if we're going to continue up. If we can, should be able to rotate up into this LVN above, looking for 70 to 90 as target. Just view up, return, right? So watching to see if this flag can build here. Russell also targeting VWAP to ETH low if we can hold our pivot. It's a really nice flip, and as soon as this is one of my favorite trades to look for with the POC shift, is we target the previous POC, right? It's a reversion trade. So when we see POC flip down here and then we start to hold it as supportive, I'm looking for a reversion back to this level. It plays quite a bit, right? It's either going to be an insane shift down, right, where sellers have loaded the boat, and this lower auction that's formed, it will continue down, right? And we'll watch for that break and then the hold of the POC shift as a resistance. But if we ever start to look back above it and hold it as a supportive, we're going to be looking for that reversion back up to that POC. And for those that are new to the stream, POC shift is this dotted line here, yellow. So this is just where the POC on the daily profile was developing before. That's up at 721, 722 on ES, and it shifted down into this 83 to 90 area, right? And we started to hold that as supportive. So we're looking for that reversion back to it, and we should look for a seller there who's positioned. Same thing happened on NQ into our low, where POC shifted down to our pivot here at 810 to 24, which is what we were looking for that bid for the rotations back up. So we still have a ways to go on NQ. That shift happened up at 85 above. But I do think that this pivot on ES is going to be our main level here into 720, 725.
Answering questions after the New York speech.
When we watch to see if we lose momentum here. If we can reclaim these VWAPs on ES and RTY, I do think that the potential for NQ to do the full move up to this 85 level is possible. So we just need to pay attention to see if sell side holds this, right? Now that we've reverted, and we watch to see if sellers are sitting here for continuation down, or if we can start to build back above day open, hold this, then we can do our larger rotations back up. But this makes for a really great first risk off and for a reevaluation of what's going on now that we've reverted back up to this level. We start to build above and hold, right? Then we go up. If this holds his offer and we see sellers starting to load the boat again, then this is the top of balance, and then we're going to rotate back down.
Powell says we'll be looking to focus on zero lower bound in review. Zero low bound is probably not the base case anymore. We'll be looking at the idea of moderate inflation overshoot.
So we traded right into our LVN here on NQ, right into our VWAP and our POC shift on ES. Same thing on Russell. Now we need to see if our upper bid, right, our bid that stepped up, is going to be able to hold this, and if we can build out this this upper auction where we can build here, see secondary buyers that are stepping in, rotate above, and then continue onward. If we flip it right back below and then we start to offer, then we rotate through. So we're just looking for higher lows to continue and maintain, watching to see where Russell pulls back, where that bid is found, and if we can find it again at a higher point without breaking our uptrend and our value edge, then we should be able to keep going. The key for continuation here is stepping above this POC shift and showing interest. Same thing for the VWAPs, right? Like it's just such an easy thing that you can evaluate and play around.
Powell says no need to redefine price stability.
I'm going to delete this pathing now that it's fully played on NQ. And now we just wait to see how we build in this area. Just don't want this to get too messy.
Powell says it's not appropriate to react to one-time price spikes. Still very uncertain about what will be tariffed and for how long.
This is full targets here on RTY,
Powell
NQ,
says
and
we
ES.
really
Watching to
must
see if we can look
calm
above
down
and hold
inflation
now.
expectations.
This
If
is our
this turns
reversion
into a
complete.
series of actions, or if tariffs are larger where expectations start to move, that would influence how the Fed reacts.
50 seconds until new 15s. Next target for ES, if we can build and hold above VWAP, would be like 32, 34 for me, somewhere in that area.
Seeing the S&P 500, seeing some movement towards the upside. To the back of that, seems that comment from Powell in regards to tariffs. If this turns into a series of actions, or if tariffs are larger or expectations start to move, that would influence how the Fed reacts. And still very uncertain about what will be tariffed and for how long.
For NQ, if we can build above
It is
80s,
not simply
we
whether
rotate up
scalping
to
the
our
tariffs
previous buyer
or
who's
if
now
there
off
are significant
sides at
changes
this
to economic policy.
30 to 40 above.
Powell says the cost of being cautious are very, very low. Canada's Employment Minister McKinnon says the impact of tariffs will not be a COVID-like situation.
I expect some passive selling into 32 to 34. We'll watch and see if that happens here. If we step above and start to really show a significant bid above this 32, 34 on ES, which is what we're trying right now, I think rotation up to 750 feels very likely.
Some big takes through there, through the mid-30s, at least comparatively speaking. Off the offer.
Yeah, I think you see a retest of 32, 34 here, guys, and then we look for that last rotation. See if we can bid and hold this, stay open. I expect a decent amount of passive selling here. It would be really surprising if we didn't have to build this out a bit. It says Russell Day Open, right, that we just rejected, previous date value, all the, et cetera, et cetera. So building out this and retesting our VWAPs and our ETH low recovery is going to be important. Same thing with our Day Open, ES, our previous day value low on NQ, right? These are all like super important areas that we need to step above and show a willingness to kind of transact here, and then we can look for something like this, right? Flag it out, bid. But I do expect this area to need to develop a bit now that we've reverted to our 15-minute VWAP.
Powell says government data is incredibly important and gold standard. Dow turns positive and other major US indexes cut losses further.
Just gonna clean up some of our previous levels from yesterday while we build out these areas. I think we're fine as long as like 50 to 20 holds. That's our low. I know that's seems like a crazy pullback, but we need to just see if this basing will hold. This is your reversion area for buyers, with VWAP being your most bullish pullback, which is what we're trying to hold now at 84. You have to remember the candle that we just put in, right? Like, if we're not going to hold our value edge here at 84, 82, right, this edge, then we can retrace all the way back down to POC here, down at like 28, 30. So building out some of this structure is incredibly likely if we can't hold our high of that candle. And that would still be incredibly bullish, even a pullback down into this. So we just got to wait it out now that we've done the reversion and build out this upper area. Look for that RTY low, see if we can hold this VWAP edge. If we can, then this might be it. If not, then we'll probably rotate down into that 20 to 40 area on NQ. I will be right back.
Ten minutes away from the top of the hour, we get Fed's Kugler speaking again. We also get the Baker Hughes total recount prior 593 and oil recount prior 486. So remind with Fitzkugler, we already had their text release earlier on, but Kugler is speaking on monetary policy in a panel discussion at Bank of Portugal's conference on monetary policy transmission and the labour market. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A. Yemen Houthi leader says if after 4 days Israel still prevents entry of aid to Gaza, the group will resume naval operations against Israel. Powell says the economy is fine and doesn't need us doing anything.
Old.
There's some sellers like showing and then pulling around 57.40 on ES. Kind of interesting DOM activity actually. Well, we'll see if we get up and smack it again. What happens? Just watch your footprint if we do in that area.
So far, everything's holding where we wanted it to. We're just waiting now to see what happens to our highs again on retest. Got our hold of our day open area on ES, got our hold of our VWAP in ETH low on Russell, and got our hold of our VWAP on NQ. So just need to see that interest above our day open on NQ for anything more, or this is just going to be that upper rotation we were talking about. I think any step below 80s, we have to watch for a full rotation back down to this like 30 area. But as long as our 80 is finding a bid on NQ, I'm not too worried about it. Again, it's just a hold of our value high of our previous candle, which is what we wanted to see for our most bullish response.
Powell says some factors suggest productivity best to be one time.
What a day so far.
Yeah.
Make Fridays great again.
Just to add to the other headline, Powell said, but some estimates of potential growth are being marked up. So it's added to the headline of some factors suggest productivity bursts to be one time, but some estimates of potential growth are being marked up. Five minutes away from the top of the hour, we get Fitzkugler speaking again, but just Q&A, no text, in a panel. Then we get Baker. We also get the Baker Hughes total rig count prior 593, oil rig count prior 486. Fed's Powell concludes Q&A after New York speech.
Minutes until turn of hour, new 15s. These sellers getting a little excited there off of RTY daily open test. First like real sell side sweeper that wasn't met with big buy side liquidity. This is kind of rotation.
You want to see your bid on NQ here pretty heavily. Any flip below 80s, then I look for the lower rotation. As long as we're maintaining previous day value low to like 80, I'm not too worried about this. But if we do flip below an offer, that's an issue. So I'm watching to see if we get a bid into this and then look back above. Or if this flips.
Says US CMBS delinquency rate ticks lower as resolutions outpace new delinquencies.
RTY VWAP here, watching to see if a bid steps in. Then we look for a bit of relief and then a reoffer now that we've pushed below this pivot. With no retest, it's just going straight down to our liquidity here. And that's that. No great trade there. This is target. Watch to see if bid steps in here. Waiting for Russell low before you look for anything. Everything just went straight to our upper target and rejected, and sell side stepped in with no real recourse. Gotta wait for something new. Got 50 seconds until new 15s.
Go now till we get the Baker Hughes and also Feds Kugler. Remember, Feds Kugler with the Q&A, no text. They've already said their piece earlier on.
Watching for a bid to now step into this, act as resistance, and then rotate down or recover. Same thing on ES and RTY. Is VWAP now resistance on retest? Is VWAP now resistance on retest?
Says about 40% of products exported to the US are US, Canada, Mexico free trade agreement compliant.
Again, this is our pullback to our halfway back off our upside candle. Nothing about this move yet is incredibly bearish in nature. I really need to like highlight that again. It's like, this is the pullback we were expecting with the failure at our value edge, right? We failed at 80s. We're rotating back down to where bids were here. Now it's just a matter of, does this hold as our offer on a retest, or can we reclaim? If we can reclaim this, then we can go up. If this holds offer, then that's bearish, and then we start to push back down into our lower balance. So these reoffers are going to be incredibly important that we have marked on charts.
Speaking at the Bank of Portugal event. Total rig counts at 592, 592. Canada Trade Minister says Trump dairy tariff threat is unjustified.
This is your first little look into our offer here.
486,
Watching our 90,
486.
really 84, right? Just anything in between this 84 to like 010 on NQ is where we're watching for our offer. Look for it now that we've gotten our bounce into our 20.
Q back to 20.
This should be your first risk off if you're in a long on NQ off of our low and our hold of our halfway back. This is our value high and day open
Cryptos are
of
currently speaking to reporters.
this candle.
Says a Bitcoin reserve should have been done a long time ago.
I want to see RTY like really slice through day open here and come through this LVN. If we're gonna see a
And White House Cryptos are
continuation
Sachs
move here.
says the crypto summit today is to hear from industry leaders.
You guys wanted volatility, and now we're getting 100-point ES rotations. Merry Christmas.
Watching our retest for day open. That's why I really was trying to highlight, like, this is our pullback area for bulls, right? Like, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. That people are going to get too sidelined on the short.
The event that Cryptos are Sachs is speaking about here is at 3 p.m. Eastern
Damn.
time today, which is the US Crypto Summit. Trump due to give remarks at that as well.
You have to, like, remember, like, at no point is this not just a pullback to our halfway back. You know what I mean? Like, if offer was going to happen, it would have been here into our VWAP. The flip over is incredibly bullish.
unfortunately, I don't think that's a rare occurrence with them.
Will they fix that if you DM them? Is that a user error or is that an actual it bugged?
From what I've seen on Twitter, whenever that happens, they just say like, in volatile times, data might be bad and normal slippage may occur. And they're like 100 points is normal slippage.
Interesting. That's scary.
I've seen that a lot on Twitter.
I'm sure you're not alone, so if anything, you get a reset, I'm gonna assume. But I don't know. I'm sorry, man. So much better. It feels good being in that kind of position, though, right? A week to pass a combine. You feel confident now about it. Love to see it. Hopefully they give you a reset. I would DM them. Fuck that. So this is a huge area for the Russell. This is our rejection point like 30 times yesterday into our 75s. So the 75, 77 area I'm going to be watching as kind of our loss of momentum until we can show a very clear look above. So we'll just watch to see if this edge holds his offer. And if it does, we're going to need to see a pullback probably to like day open first before we can look over. Charts are getting a bit messy again. I'm going to just clean them up so we can plan for our next move. There's a big ol' seller sitting at 71 right now in NQ. If they can go off sides, this will be huge for our next upside move. If this offer starts to really hold and we look below this guy, below 60, I would say, 60 an offer, I think rotations down to VWAP again make a lot of sense for... So really keeping an eye on this 60 to 70, seeing if this guy is going to maintain or he's going to get caught off sides. I think we punish above 100 and offer stepping down below 60. It gives us our rotation like this. This is what I'm watching right now. It's just this guy accumulating here at 60, 70. But yeah, we need to step over 100s or this offer is going to start to take advantage. Retest of our day open here on RTY off our pullback from our yesterday's 30-second opening range. Watching our retest as we push back into our 60 to 70, seeing if the sell side is going to hold on retest. Let me move this level to where our seller's sitting. Who this? Spam. Again, for bid to be valid, I need to see this pivot become supportive, and then we need to look back over hundreds for me to care. Or we're just going to be waiting for them to inevitably retest this and then offer through for a new low out of this little area here. So the step in bid from secondary buyers over 100s is going to be important for me to care. $40 until new 15s. There's a complete freeze at 10:50 this morning on a news candle on Top.X. Yikes.
Surely expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
Yeah, so it looks like you weren't alone. I'm guessing they'll probably offer resets because the Discord will probably be up in arms.
I almost guarantee you, if it happened to you, it happened to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
$33 counterparties take $136.305 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation. And White House crypto czar Sack says that crypto exchanges will be attending the White House summit tonight.
I still can't get over the czar moniker. It's so weird.
It pisses me off too. I don't get it.
Adrian says all of Top Step staff is on a work retreat. What? They're on the beach?
Nope.
Hell yeah. Adrian, I have a playlist for you that I think you might enjoy. I DM'd it to you. It might be a little too slow for you right now, I'm not sure. But it's groovy. Upstep will be attending off-site meetings from Tuesday, March 4th through Friday, March 7th. Due to company-wide participation, there will be a limited availability for our trader support, funding, and risk management teams during this time. That's crazy. Everyone's busy. Sorry, guys. Got it down. The dungeons are is crazy. Working at the gulag? Really watching our 100 here, boys. We want to see a very clear look above and hold, or we're gonna meet our seller as we push up into this trap, and then rotate below 60s, and then make a new low, probably into 20k flat. So we want to see a bid really try to step in here and punish these sellers who are positioned from 60 to 70. For me to be confident in this move, I need to see this Russell step over our 75 and then bid like we have pathed from our day open response at 65s. If this is going to continue holding offer, this is where we trap. Again, retesting our 100s now here on NQ, watching to see if we can hold our top balance or if we're going to rotate through and then reoffer. I am flat waiting for positioning. Don't trust this area. We have secondary buyer trying at 92 right now. Seeing if we can step over this 100 again. The way that I view this area is that these guys are kind of cucked above our 100. And if we can't hold this lower edge from 60 to 70 and push over this 100 on next test, then we're going to create a lower high. And then these guys are kind of confirmed trapped, right? And then we look below and then we rotate down. So it's incredibly important that we hold this low and are able to bid up. Keep an eye on Russell for momentum loss. Offer has to hold this or we're going to rotate back up to 100. This is the step down that they're trying, right? This is the shift that they're attempting. If they fail again, then we rotate back up and we retest our highs. This offer here needs to hold. We need to show this weakness and the shift from this buyer to this seller. If this can happen, then this rotation down to our 20K flat makes a lot of sense to me.
It's under 3 minutes until new half hours.
50 seconds until new 15s. Offer is still attempting here. Nothing has shifted. The bid is definitely trying. We're waiting on Russell, I think, before we get the move. Just waiting to see if we're going to have to come back up into that absorption into the 9100 or if this offer can step down below 60s on this attempt into new 15. I'd really like to see Russell break and not just hold this double bottom for confirmation for this rotation. If Russell holds, it's just not going to happen.
Fed Kugler says the February jobs number was a solid number. And Kugler says hiring remains above the break-even level. So keep in mind, Fed Governor Kugler is speaking during this event in Portugal now during the Q&A. Fed Kugler says, I'm not that worried about the small uptick in the unemployment rate. Fed Kugler says wage gain moderation has helped to lower inflation. Kugler says, I'm watching very closely for any sudden job market changes.
Looking like a sell side failure to me at our low. If we now hold the 70 edge, rotations up to 100 is very likely. We need to see a very clear step below 60s with Russell failing to hold this double bottom.
Same thing with like the 50 area on ES. It's that NQ edge.
With how slow this area is moving, it might be worth just waiting for either the pullback into this area or the look over our 100s in bid before attempting, just because this is so muddy here with buyers and sellers just kind of rotating. I think waiting for Russell to either break that low for the short or with us holding looking for this look above is probably going to be your best bet,
Kugler
so you
says,
don't get
expect government
chopped
job
up.
cuts to show up suddenly. Fed Kugler says, I'm paying a lot of attention to inflation expectations.
Could this be any slower?
Could be.
I don't know, man. This is our rotation up into 90 to 100. This is your first risk off on the recovery of 60 to 70. You need to see the step above and hold. If we can, we should be able to see a bit more speed step in. Russell held our lows. Now watching to see if absorption happens again here, or if we can flip it.
As we're seeing risk assets catching some bids here, S&P 500, just seeing some moves to the upside as well as Bitcoin.
Rotation back to our pivot here on RTY. Take off a little risk.
Not seeing a news catalyst hitting the wires yet, just keeping our eyes out here. Fed Kugler says there is reason to believe potentially there could be more persistent inflation.
Just shifting our levels with the new bid.
It is possible that we'll see more persistent inflation due to policies.
ES acceleration through 50. Obviously NQ slightly higher high. So that'll be on.
For anything more, we need to see Russell break this. I cannot highlight that enough. Getting back over the 75, 77 area and bidding is going to give us our push and break. 160 is still kind of offer here on NQ, but upper target would be up into like 200, 220 if we can get the Russell pop.
Kugler adds
Upper,
there's a high level
NQ.
of uncertainty around tariffs.
You should be out like at least 2/3 of your position into this 160 with Russell into our pivot 75, 77. Now we just watch for higher lows and the ability to hold this edge for rotations up, which would result in a move to 200, 220. Bid and hold over 77s allows the push. Just need to see Russell get over this. If we continue to reject here, again, it's just going to be trapping up in these highs, and then we're going to do the same rotation again. Back down. Again, I can't stress enough having a secondary variable like RTY breaking our lows for a short as like something that you add to your strategy. Like if everything is oscillating and holding where it needs to, but we're expecting a potential move down on NQ, like we see a seller, but if nothing else in the market is showing weakness yet, in the sense of it's not just like oscillating into our highs, like you don't have a trigger, right? You can arm it, you can get ready for the position, but we need the break for that acceleration, or you're just going to get chopped up.
500 and Nasdaq turn positive with the Dow moving higher as well.
We can, here, let me show you what I saw on Footprint, because I think that it's pretty important while we wait and see what happens here. So this is what this area looked like on the 15. We saw our initial seller stepping in at 70s here.
Wall Street Journal says Venezuela warns the US it may reject migrants over oil license.
Let me change the color of this. we saw our initial seller start to show their hand here, and we started to push down. We then saw them try to reload the boat with absorption into our 90 to 100. Right, so we saw this move come in, and then seller try to chop it up here. Oops.
So looking into the
That
Wall Street
failed.
Journal piece now, then
We
Trump's
then
ban
saw
on
bid step in
emissions faces a new hurdle.
and
The
rotate us
Venezuelan
up.
government has privately warned the administration that it won't accept migrants after the White House rescinded Chevron's license to pump oil there.
This
What
is
people familiar with the matter?
This is all sell side getting absorbed here into the 60 to 70, right? So without this failure to step down and then hold, we go up. So understanding that there's just like a ton of participation happening here, we need some sort of catalyst to kind of get us out. And as soon as we start to step over that 90 to 100, we get expansion, right? We go up. Because this absorption is no longer happening, and a bid is now stepped in with this guy now being punished at our lows. So it's just a failure from sellers. Like, nothing about our levels were bad. It's just we didn't have the catalyst for continuation, and we didn't have the acceleration we needed.
Parts of the economy.
It's 90 to 100, very solid. This 60 to 70, very solid. But we just failed the shift value, right? So we go back. And now we're seeing that buyer still attempting at that 90 to 100. If they step below it at any point, we can rotate this lower balance again. But as long as this is maintaining here, we can start to look up. And it should be dependent on if RTY can continue to hold higher lows. And if this can flag here and bid and breach above this 75, 77, then we should be able to continue onward. If it fails, right, it's just going to be another oscillation. First flirt above on Russell, or 77. Watching to see if we can find a bid here, 75, 77 for this rotation through. 160 offer still holding on NQ while we wait. Neuroscientific Rory. What?
I don't know.
He says yes.
Listen, Roy, all I'm gonna say is my sister started at a new clinic this week where she's PAing for a neurosurgeon. And I can promise you that you ain't that guy, pal.
It's a state of mind. Bro took one multivitamin from Instagram that has a
Yeah.
mushroom in it, and now he's enlightened.
You're not that guy, pal. You're not that guy.
Holy shit, Russell, please.
Ukraine's President Zelensky says there's intense work today with Trump's team at various levels. ECB Centino says investment is really lagging behind in Europe.
Yeah, I haven't seen any changes yet. I'll give it some time, man. It's only been like 2 days. I haven't felt like any more tired, Horatio, but I did sleep like a baby last night with no like wake up. I could not wake up this morning. I felt like I'm sleeping through the night is what I'm trying to say. But
I need to get back on that stuff.
I'm not falling asleep faster. So maybe that's it's working. I don't know. I don't actually know what it's supposed to do.
As well, or just magnesium?
I mean, I take zinc in the morning,
Yeah, okay.
but I don't.
There's so I'm pretty sure there's like a interaction. I've been having that very similar problem with where like I'm back to like I'm most tired in the morning and most awake at night.
Yeah. Well, how much am I taking? I'm taking 50 milligrams. Just the dose. And even 50 milligrams of zinc feels like a lot. I mean, technically, that's like over 400% of your daily intake that you're supposed to. $50 milligrams, yeah, it's on the bottle. It says that's 455% of your daily value, and that's the serving size.
Big take through sellers here on EOS.
This is our hold of our 77s on Russell and push. I think we go into 82.4 on RTY before we see lost momentum. NQ still just slow grinding up off of this hold of Russell. Have I tried ketamine? No, I've not. It's like one of the only drugs that I have not tried, other than like heroin.
It is a higher time frame, guys. I don't think I'm gonna do an update for it, but if you look at like the post saying the structure and stuff, this is middle of node. Remember this 5770 was our what I call this node structure we're in as well. This is the middle.
This is Russell target for me, 82, 84. See if we get anything higher or if this is our offer here for short term. I really would like to see bids like push into 220, 200 here on
ECB's
NQ.
Kazakh says disinflation has been happening and is still ongoing.
But I have to respect that this is our Russell pivot. Bid is 180 for pullback. 180, 173. Has anyone here tried ketamine? Is it good?
I have.
Is it a positive experience?
Yeah, I guess. I think it's well, it's like any psychoactive drug where like I think a lot of what you get out of it is your mindset going into it.
Hmm.
You know, so like if you're taking it recreationally, like it can be fun, but if you're taking it for a reason or for like a expected or desired outcome, your experience is going to be different if you can or cannot achieve that, you know? I think
Yeah.
that's pretty normal across most psychedelics.
Again, this is where I'd want to see a bid step in on NQ if we were going to hold this 170, 180. Watching for a Russell bid as well.
Brother, that doesn't do anything, Sven, trust me. That's literally me right now.
Don't have a ton of support if this 170, 180 goes off, or these guys are kind of trapped short term. Looking for rotations back down to like 140 if this reoffers here. With Russell failing to find a low off of our pivot. Just keeping an eye on this retest. Here's your push down off our offer at 170, rotating into our 140 now. Watching our retest of our 77 on RTY for the full rotation back to our pivot. This is a value low of our previous 15-minute candle, so that's why we're interested in this area.
I think I've seen them before, Kiz, but it's not. They always have the normal as the for the regular, so that is true. I don't think you're incorrect. There's like a pretzel one too. Good.
Pretzel tendies?
Yeah, so like they're like pretzel breaded, but it's not like a traditional pretzel breading. Like it isn't pretzel-y.
It's not like lied or whatever.
It's just like crunchier.
Hmm.
Yeah, sometimes Kiz, I think you're right that sometimes the Just Bear brand is actually cheaper than the Costco one, but Generally, the Costco brand is cheaper, but they're the best. Have you ever had those, Sig?
No.
They are the best, like microwave or air fryable frozen chicken in the world. They are so good.
It's bold. But that makes sense if it's like actual chicken and not the
No, they're really
hot
good.
dogged chicken. The pink sludge. When the first ingredient isn't rib meat, huge.
Yeah, right. And the breading is nice too, where like if you actually air fry it instead of microwave so they get crispy, they're okay to put in like ramen or like
Oh, that's good.
somewhat of a soup thing where like
Yeah.
they still get soggy, but it's not like
Instant.
mush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This failure here is not great. I use spicy food as a weight loss supplement. Benches 75 pounds, 260, 5'2" is crazy build.
But actually built diff.
Holy shit, he's built diff.
Right. I don't even think you weigh 170, but I feel like that's a lie, man.
You will forever be in my mind 5'2", 150.
That's fact, bro. I feel like, dude, 170. We did do the math.
I've never seen that brand, Kez. You said it was everywhere. Is it at
Yeah.
Costco?
Yeah.
I'll have to look. I don't think I've ever seen it at Aldi. I've been
No,
shopping
it's
at
not
Aldi a
Aldi.
lot lately.
It's not at Aldi. Those pierogies I had this week were from Aldi, and I usually get the Costco ones, and they were not good from Aldi.
Unlucky. Do you remember the brand?
I could go look. It was like a 4-pound bag.
Ah, that
Oh.
sucks for you.
It's fine.
Ugh.
They just like need salt.
Mhm.
Like they're actually Polish, you can tell because they taste like nothing.
Yeah.
The Aldi sour bread is really good. Most of the Aldi stuff is good. Well, even like the one by us has been getting a lot of like German imports and stuff, and like I really like the Jaffa cakes they have. But you read the ingredient list, and like all those European countries can't put the crap that we have in America in their foods. Like even the sweets are like single ingredient list things.
Mhm.
They're so much better.
Amazon Prime? What does that mean? Like Whole Foods? That would make sense, right? Yeah, I usually do like Aldi 3 times a month and then Costco 1 time a month. So I'll
That's
just
exactly what we do.
yeah.
We'll go like if we want like fish or like a specialty thing, we'll go to the normal supermarket. But man, it's crazy. I get so much food at Aldi for like 50, $60.
Yeah.
And I go to like Target or something, and I get like 4 items and it's like 50, 60 bucks.
Yeah, it feels so bad.
It's like, what the hell? Sometimes. If there's like something specific I want.
Got to get over 180 here, or this is it. Very nice hold of our 75.77 on RTY, but it could be a lower high for a reoffer if we can't push higher. This is so slow, man. Holy shit. In 50 seconds until new 15s. Yeah, I haven't taken a trade since I closed into 200. I'm just waiting now. Too slow. Especially if these are lower highs, like it's just gonna feel really bad. This has all the signs of a potential curl rollover if this holds. I haven't been into a target in so long. I feel like target kind of fell off. Like it was for a while, like
Yeah.
that was it, and then I don't know what happened.
I think they tried to be like, they changed their identity where I feel like Target used to kind of compete with like Walmart, and then they decided that they wanted to be like more bougie, but so their prices increased on stuff. That is silly. I mean, they still have some cheap stuff, but I definitely don't think of them as a Walmart competitor anymore.
Yeah, the 90 is my target as well if we fail 130. But we're holding where we need to. It's just like grinding over. If we can't get over 180s, then I'm definitely looking for that 90. Especially if RTY holds this halfway back. There's just not enough actionable information here for me to really play. It's just the slow grind up is so painful. We're back in this environment where you've got like a doji on the 15 where we're like slow grinding up, but it retraces 90% of the move for the grind up, which just is unplayable. Yeah, it's like psychological warfare. Stopping you out of your long on the grind up. Now that I think about it, I feel like I have like almost the opposite view of Target, but I haven't been there in a really long time. But I feel like they were the most successful when they were trying to be bougie because it felt like it was in the same realm as like a Whole Foods, where like it was like upper middle class shop there, and then something happened. I don't know what happened, but then it feels like the quality fell off.
I think that's right. I think that's better language to kind of describe what I was getting at, where like they stopped trying to compete, but they didn't change their products.
Yeah, I don't know when like the rep fell. but like they had the reputation that like the same kind of thing as like a Whole Foods or a Trader Joe's, where it was like, oh, like attractive women go there, like the upper middle class is going there, right? Like, and then like all of a sudden it changed, and you don't really feel like I feel like there was a meme for a while where like you could pick up a girl at Target, and like that
Yes,
was,
for sure.
and now that's not really applicable.
I think oh, what was I gonna say? No, that makes sense. Oh, also I think that a lot of the like normal, like even like Tyson branded stuff and like those companies, the quality has gone down in those brands, but they've kept them as well. Like when I go to Target, I always try to go through the frozen section and try to get some fun stuff because it's unique, but all kind of sucks. Like I would rather just get something from Costco, from like BB Go, or like even the Aldi branded stuff is not great, but it's a way better value.
Dude, Adrian says fresh haircut, hit up Target, true combo. that was the old meta, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, like Target still is good. Like I'll go there for like an optometrist and stuff. Like
Oh yeah.
I'm actually gonna try Costco. I need to get new glasses, but
This looks like it's popping into like 215, 220 here on NQ up this hold of 180. See if we can take out highs. Russell flirting with our halfway back hold. I am sadly flat for this move. But I mean I'm not all that sad about it. But we saw it. Just a bit bored. Maybe only in Florida, Flex. I don't know if it accounts if you can advertise it as Target offering it when it's just you in the changing room. Just rotates into 70s, most likely. See how we play with that liquidity there. Give entry, perhaps? I think the only thing that we're going to do here is we test 70-80, offer there, and then we rotate to 15 to 30 and look for a bid, if anything.
Is ES through Globex high. I think he approaches it.
How to play Devil Rug. That's crazy.
We'll get your Dom action better. Get you quick. It's the real game Jane Street should have put out. Pickle ketchup. I don't know about that, man. There are dill spicy Cheetos now, man.
Dill Cheetos.
They're actually not bad. I'm not a big like dill, like pickle, like slut like some people are. I think they're fine.
I'm trying to think
But
of that.
they're pretty good.
How sharp is like the cheddar taste with it?
It's not. It's like it's more of just like the spicy Cheeto taste with like a dill aftertaste.
Interesting.
They had an elote one too, and that was disappointing. Like I thought I was gonna hate the dill one and be okay with the elote one. But
Was that one
it's
like
kinda
very
dill.
limey? Or
No, it didn't even taste like anything. It just
okay.
tasted like seasoning.
Hmm.
Like I didn't get any type of like corn or lime or even like a mayo
Yeah.
creamy taste. Like
Got our offer into our 70 to 80. Looking at our bid here into 230 to 15. This is your first risk off if you took a short. We're looking to see if bids hold here. Watching for our Russell bottom. We want to see orders get eaten here. Get back over 250 for confirmation. Watch for a reoffer at 250 from this move if we do get our pop.
yeah, that one, kids. So if we all know multiple people in our lives who are that category, let's not play pretend here.
This should be your first risk off as we push into 50s. If you are playing off of this ledge, offer will be sitting here for a lower high. We need to show interest above 50s for continuation up, or again, will be our lower high, and then our look below, and then rotation through. We can always expect bid here, but we gotta then show interest above, or we'll do something like this.
According to sources, the US Treasury is examining options for easing energy sanctions on Russia. So seeing some weakness in WTI crude here. Again, US Treasury examining options for easing energy sanctions on Russia, according to sources.
Yeah, that is the plan. And by buddies, it's a very one-sided relationship, but yes. Bid at 30s, offer into 50s again, watching to see if we can step above and hold. Again, we need to see the secondary buyer step in at 50s and then take out our highs. Watching Russell as we approach pivot. Good time to move up stops or take off a little bit more risk if you are playing off of our ledge here. The reason why we can look for that reoffer here, just to give an understanding of what I see and why we could look at this as our first risk off, is this is just POC of that previous candle, right? So we always want to be risking off into that, understanding that we are looking for our offer to now try to be sitting here into this in this area, right? 50 to 60. But if we can bid, we want to see a very clear look and take out of this high from our low, right? Russell leading, so hopefully we push up off of this. Next risk off is into 70, into our value high. It's just watching to see if we can look above and then hold that 70 for a clear pop and then continuation. So this is what we would want to see, something like this.
NYMEX WTI crude April futures settle at $67.04 a barrel, which is up 68 cents or 1.02% on the session.
Is your next risk off into 70s, like we just talked about. And if we can build above, then we should be able to look for like 300, 315, I think.
NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at $4.39.
Going to remove this level and reevaluate it now that we've taken it out. Just moving it a bit. Yeah, we're fine as long as like 210's holding. As soon as that offer flips there, though, then you've got to be a bit worried. This can just oscillate while Russell figures out what it wants to do. We've got, what, 10 minutes left on this candle? With the slow grind up, right? It's just like taking out 90% of the upside move and then going higher. Slow grind. Super punishing. For these kind of days, you really only want to be playing our edges. Like the mid is just not playable. Like you want to be taking off profit and then moving up stops into it. So like playing this 15 to 30 was good into our 60 and then into our 70. But like until we can push over 70 to 80, there's nothing for longs in my opinion, unless we rotate back down to our low into 15 to 30. And if offer steps below, then we'll be looking at that as like our strong short level. Until then, I personally don't think it's worth touching.
So again, more color on the prior piece there as the US mulls how to ease Russia energy sanctions if the war ends. The US set to order more companies to stop operating in Venezuela, according to sources.
Super important to see that offer step down here if it's gonna hold into 30s. If not, then we just rotate right back up. Remember, this is our pivot. We've seen buyers absorbing sellers here previously. As of right now, it's just the same trade as before, with 15 to 30 holding and then rotating into our 50 offer. Again, need to see that step below, and then as soon as we do, we can then start to rotate down to like 180. But as long as this guy's still willing to absorb into this 15, it's like not a ton here. We can see sell side trying to put some pressure into 50s, but nothing, no confirmation as of yet. RTY retesting highs again. Full rotation from our lower edge. Back to our 70 offer. Russell new high. ES flat. A vibe engineer.
I thought that this would resonate with Rory.
I'm back. This action on footprint feels super familiar to what happened down at our what was it, R100 and R60s. We're seeing a sorry, let me just show this rotation here. It feels incredibly similar to what happened into this lower auction from 30 to 50, and then this 90 to 100, where we're seeing a buyer getting absorbed into this 50 to 60, and we're seeing our seller getting absorbed into this 210, 230, and we're just waiting to see who's going to win it out. The last time this happened, when we were in an uptrend, we failed to actually push below this pivot, right? Like they ate up all the orders, and then we rotated higher, and then we pushed. So watching again to see how we
Russia talks progress.
how we play through this area. Again, like it's getting a very heavy into 50 to 60. We need to see this offer really show its hand below this pivot and now hold it for that shift of value. And we should be able to get rotations to 180. But if they fail here, it's just going to do the upper rotation again. So again, this is The same as before, where we were looking for a range breakdown and a shift of value. If these guys fail, it's going to result in new highs. So watching the lower edge of this balance to see if the value can shift from this buyer to seller now. Again, if they fail, we'll be looking for the recovery of this, and then secondary bid stepping in here for a push and pop over this 280. Really important we see sellers step in here. And we'll watch the same thing as before when as the catalyst is like the break and hold of our Russell low. If Russell can't do this with NQ, I'm not going to feel very comfortable in this move. Watching our Russell low. Into our 180 target. We'll see if we can get a shift below this 180 for a continuation, or if bids step in here with Russell holding low. This is about as far down as we'd want to see it go. I'm looking for a reoffer and retest on Russell to confirm, or I'm just going to miss this entire move, which I'm fine with. I'd rather have a bit of more certainty. Just watching our edge.
Interesting how much effort, massive deltas we built on 5770 on the way up on ES. We kind of just sliced through it there.
Just going to adjust these levels for our reoffer. 25, 210. So now that this is played, we're watching to see if this higher low can hold here, the 180 rebid. And we're going to watch to see what happens into this offer into 210, 225.
Brent crude futures
Or a
settle
step
at
below,
$70
and then
36
shift.
cents a barrel, which is up 90 cents or 1 spot to 3% on the session.
Keeping an eye on RTY's low as well for continuation potential. As long as Russell is kind of maintaining this, it's going to be really rough for the sell to hold. If we can get this follow through from Russell for a push back into our 75, 77, then we'll get the next leg down into like 145, 130 on NQ. But as of right now, we're seeing the bid willing to take in at 180 and 160. Sorry, 170. We want to see it step below this value here.
So keep in mind in 10 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, see the release of the US consumer credit. Forecast is for 14.9 billion on the prior 40.85 billion. We also expect Trump remarking at a White House Digital Asset Summit. This summit is starting at the top of the hour. Unsure when Trump's remarks will come through. Also expecting comments from Bank of England's man at the top of the hour as well. Now, Trump was due to be signing executive orders at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time today, though we had nothing come through from that. So we'll keep you posted if we get any updates on Trump's movements this evening.
Let there be vol.
I'm assuming we get the move in 5 minutes with credit. We're just seeing buyers getting absorbed into 200 right now. Sellers still It's getting absorbed into 180, two-sided auction right now. Like, there's not
It's in
much.
5 minutes time now at the top of the hour. We are expecting the release of the US consumer credit. Forecast 14.9 billion on the prior 40.85 billion. We're also expecting the start of the White House Digital Assets Summit, as well as comments from Bank of England's man.
So people think that Trump's going to announce tax changes for crypto at that summit, right? I think that's what the rumor was, is that there's going to be no sorry, mind fart. They're thinking about changing how
Like
gains,
capital
yeah,
gains.
capital gains.
I don't think that there'll be no, but I think there'll be a restructuring. I don't know if it'll be announced at this.
It would be wild if they did that after he pump and dumped his Trump coin.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, no capital gains after his family made like $1 billion.
I have to. There's no capital gains. I might hang up the equity suit, and we're back. Only Bitcoin futures were more liquid.
Mm-hmm.
So it's difficult to find any reputable media sources who are covering this White House Digital Summit. Most reputable I could find is NBC News. They've got a live video supposedly, which we've posted out on the feed. Of course, yet to start at this point. We'll keep you posted if we do see a live video come to fruition.
About to be a shitcoin trader with no capital gains tax.
Yeah.
So this is just a full rotation from our 170, 180 holding and just rotating back into our 210, 225, 230 area. If we can step over 230, then upside is very likely. If offers continues to hold here, then there's been no shift in our balance. It's just slow. We want to see a bid really start to step in and flirt with that 25, or again, offers just sitting here, and then we just rotate right back down.
You suck. Get better, sauce.
One minute now until we get the US consumer credit.
Why do I draw things in multiple parts and then delete them and then redo it? Why do I keep doing this to myself?
Keep in mind, Trump's actually currently speaking to reporters at the White House now, so unclear whether he's going to be speaking at the top of the hour. Currently just speaking on FIFA, so nothing relevant to the economy.
What?
10 seconds.
New 15s, 10 seconds.
Yeah, probably for the
Still
World
waiting.
Cup stuff.
Nah, he's
Yes,
talking about
spot
his new
084
packs he just bought.
18 spot 084 billion, higher than forecast 14 spot 9 billion.
They're not. Yeah,
So
they're
again,
not
just to
with EA
clarify
anymore.
earlier, just
Oh,
seeing
well.
reports that Trump's currently speaking to reporters at the White House, was due to be appearing at the White House Crypto Summit. Though again, he's currently speaking on about FIFA to reporters at the White House. So we'll keep you posted with this.
So again, offer into 210s, rotation back down into our 170, 180. We're now watching to see if this can step below or if it's going to do another rotation. I'm unsure as of yet. Too slow for me. Remember when you guys were like first starting and you're like, Globex is great. It's so slow. I can actually trade it. And now you like actually know how to trade and you're like, God, this is miserable. I remember.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
Yeah.
Classic blame Leighton. Not great R&R there, bud.
We have posted out the US Consumer Credit January 2023 report. That's the January 2025 report on the feed for those interested. Trump says there's no clash between Elon Musk and the cabinet. Again, so he is currently speaking to reporters at the White House with no live video available for this.
Back to our high here off of our bid and hold of 180s. Rotation back up to our 210, 225. We're looking to see if it steps over or if this is going to be another balance rotation. No change. Flirting with it. Let's see if we can get over 230s and then bid here. This would be great for a continuation move. Decent size stepped into that 220, 230. If we can hold here on flag, we should be able to rotate back up into this absorption into 270, 250. Just keeping an eye on it, seeing if we can hold this break. Again, failure to look above and hold this and any rotation back down below 210s is going to result in just this full rotation of this range. So this accumulating and holding here and then looking back into our highs is the most ideal situation. First risk off would be into this 250 for the POC retest of previous candle. Did we even tag Leighton, or does he just like actually lurk? Oh yeah, you tagged him. Okay.
Trump says that Musk does not need
shows
to
up,
be
man,
reined
you
in.
know?
Yeah. Clayton just comes back with 2 bangers off rip.
I mean, that's what he does.
This is
There's
first
another
target here.
Adhere speaking to reporters
POC
at
of
the
previous
White House
candle.
Now, again, there was no live stream available for this.
We gotta show interest above
So keep in mind
55.
as well, we are expecting the start of the White House Crypto Summit. It's really any time from now. We'll keep you posted with this, with how this develops.
Let's go.
Amazing, Shadow. Great job, man.
Let's keep an eye on the AI space here. An AI startup, AnySphere, is in talks for close to $10 billion in valuation.
You guys better talk to Leighton after tagging him. Don't ignore him. Full rotation off of our tag into our POC at that 55. Rotation down back to our liquidity here at 170, 180. Watching to see if we can look below now that we've trapped above, or if we're just going to continue to do these same rotations over and over and over again. Unsure as of yet. But this full move has now been captured. So watching to see our retest here into 210, 225. If offer holds, we'll look for that rotation below 170, 180 for continuation. Dapper turns 52.
Good afternoon, Varg.
Jesus. Jesus. I'm gonna grab some water. Be right back. I like that he highlighted that, like you don't know what a Pisces is.
Usually if anyone asks me about that, I just never talk to them again. So I'm on a very interesting decision making here process on a personal level.
Should be our first risk off here if you're playing the reoffer from the look above and then the push down. We're watching to see if 210 now holds offer for another lower high or rotation back down to 170, 180. Again, this is just balance, guys. So you've got basically two options. You can play off our edge here, or you can play off the re-entry and the look back in, and then the rotation through, right? Like it's balance. So you either are waiting for the break of balance, or you're playing your edges, or the re-offer in. Anything else is just going to be a waiting game until we get out of here. Very clear absorption into 50s, 55, and very clear into that 70, 80. So it's just that anything else is garbage. Same as before, first risk off is here. If you're playing off of your 210 offer, looking for 170, 180 for secondary target if we're going to push down. If we flip back over 25s, then I'd like to see us take out our high, but we haven't seen anything yet that's showing that. It was a really nice mid afternoon, but the
Just like
slowdowns.
yesterday.
Yeah,
It was really good for like the last like hour to 45, and it's just been like, it's still fine to trade, but it's not what it was.
it's not what I want. Yeah.
Like, yeah, it feels less worth. I haven't touched anything in a minute. Just seems kind of pointless. More tariff. Come back Monday, buddy.
U.S. steelmakers urged Trump to resist metal tariff exemptions.
It has to be pretty prominent as we push down into tens for this to hold and then pop, or these guys are gonna get stuffed here. New 15. Am I dodging the draft? I don't even know if I'd qualify.
No, you're not a Polish citizen.
Yeah. But like if there was a mandatory draft, I don't think I'd qualify.
No. I think you're probably too old, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on what it. I don't know the Polish draft laws, but.
Well, I know for like the US is what I'm talking about.
Oh. I think that you might be over it. Yeah, it's 25.
Yeah. Too old. Are you turning 25 this weekend?
I'm turning 28.
28? Okay, okay. I knew you were young. I just wasn't sure how young. 28. You're good.
So over, sir. I know. Wow, this year was the big 30 for Abby, so I got to really dig that in.
Yeah, man. Feels bad.
She's officially a grandma. Surf just called you a cougar. You should see the look she's giving me. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm not saying that one out loud.
Holy shit. Can we get out of here?
I love when we came down and I was like, I'm surprised that we didn't auction 70s on ES. And then since that point, we've just auctioned 70s on ES. I jinxed it. It's my fault.
Holy moly. All right, time to go look at memes on Twitter.
Yep. Liquidity in that 67 LVN for ES. Actually pretty quite decent. The lower lows here. Maybe get a retest.
Just watching for the reoffer into 180. See if we can hold below. Got this liquidity that was just created here in footprint. If it can hold, then we can look for the 15-minute reversion trade to our VWAP below. Targeting like 110.
We'll node there, NQ. Yes, like in LVN.
Tagging into our 110. See if they find enough liquidity here. Next target would be 80s and then 50s.
So the live video of the White House Crypto Summit has now started. We posted this out on the feed just a little bit earlier.
It's your first tag out into 110s.
Yes,
Again.
This 50 as well.
Yeah, next target, if we can push through this, is 80s and then like 50-60 for me. 50-60 is your full reversion. All I had to say was I was going to go look at memes and the market moved.
Yep.
Easy bait. Watching for a reoffer into 150, 160 to see if we're going to continue down or if we'll flip back up. keeping an eye on Russell for loss of momentum for that move to occur. Might need to wait for Russell to retest our value edge. 60 should be our first like real test to see if the offer is serious or not. Fully expect if 60s don't hold that we're gonna have to rotate up into our PVC 180 and this liquidity here, and then I'll look for a offer below. Let me draw that for you. Actually, it's already drawn. Okay. Watching to see if this holds, and then we can push below the lower high, or if we can bid back above. Again, this is a bounce point off of our 75, 77 on Russell, that pivot we were playing off of earlier. We're now watching to see how we interact into our value edge from this area. So is this going to hold, or do we do a move like this? This would lead to a ton of downside if we push below. As long as it's maintaining, then it's still just balance. But if we start to reject our value edge, previous day value high and current value high, same area, 81, 82, then we look for that look below 75s and then offer for real downside action. Watching our 80s now here on NQ.
So Trump is entering the White House Crypto Summit now. Again, we have a live video on the feed for this, just a little bit down the feed.
Tagging into our PVZ edge here, value on NQ. Russell almost at our value edge. Watch Mario 70s on ES as we retest into that. See if I can flip bid again or if offer sticks. Again, just waiting on Russell to find the low. Or sorry, loss of momentum. I need to see us get back below 70 and then offer for shorts, or a bid's going to maintain here, and then we rotate back up to 210, 225 and play the same balance again. Watch to see if offers sitting here into 210 should be your first risk off. This is your rotation on recovery of 170, 180.
1 minute to the moon now. Let's go to the market on close.
No loss of momentum so far on Russell, back above value.
Ten seconds.
MOC soon, expect volatility.
S&P 500 market on close imbalance, buy side 20 million, Nasdaq 100 sell side 545 million, Dow 30 buy side 94 million, and Mag 7 sell side 333 million.
No change in our levels. 210, 225 offer holding, bid holding at 180s. Just watching to see if we retrace this wick into the low, back to 180.
Trump says Bitcoin reserve will be a digital Fort Knox. Trump says the federal government has as many as 200,000 Bitcoin. Again, Trump saying the federal government has as many as 200,000 Bitcoin.
And a half minutes on the day.
Trump says non-Bitcoin assets will be held in a new stockpile. And so we saw a little bit of strength in Bitcoin come through as Trump started speaking on digital assets here. So again, Trump saying they have as many as 200,000 Bitcoin. Current market value there around $17.6 billion.
All that seized Silk Road currency.
Trump says the Treasury and the Commerce Department will explore pathways to acquire additional Bitcoin holdings.
Huge bid off our 188, 170, pushing over our 225, looking to see if we can hold it into close for rotations up to 55. There's your 55. See if we can bid above ETH high into close or if this is all we get. Russell still holding momentum, pushing up into our value high edge. Watching our retest to 55, seeing if we can hold those local highs from the balance we were trading in for the last 7 hours.
So Trump says we are ending Operation Choke Point 2.0. Operation Choke Point was a Biden admin effort to put crypto in the crosshairs. Trump says, I want stablecoin legislation before August recess.
Operation Choke Point. Fire at 50. Watching to see if they can hold. Failure here results in a rotation back down to like 20s. Pretty important. 3 minutes left, guys. We do not have Russell following with us.
So noting some weakness come through in Bitcoin in the last minute or so.
I think we're just
The
waiting.
crypto exchange Kraken is preparing for an IPO in 2026.
Kraken, Jesus. Just watching to see if Russell can hold this low for another oscillation up. 55 is still holding offer here. We're just absorbing this buyer at 50, 55. Unsure. The longer we sit here, the more likely I feel like the move down to 20 feels, just to fill the LVN, but I don't know if it's playable. I wish we had more time because I would play it. You've got like 30 seconds on day now, so no, I'm good. It's just it. Like if we had like an hour left, I'd play this in a second.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, 7 seconds.
Yeah. Because your risk here is like actually 7 points for this move down to 20, which we just did.
US Treasury Secretary Bessent says, we'll put a lot of thought into stablecoin regime. We'll use stablecoins to keep the US dollar dominant.
Sucks. That offer holding is like super obvious. This should be your first risk off if you did take that trade into 210.
Again, US Treasury Secretary Bessent speaking at the crypto summit now.
That's a close. If you have the ability to hold a runner, if any what am I trying to say? Stops above 40, and you can probably hold this for lower. If you get stopped out over 40, then the trade's over. But sell side definitely trying to take advantage of this. All right, well, that was a really annoying close, to be honest. I came on late, but when I got on, it was really good trading for like 3 hours, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. And then it slowed down quite a bit.
Was a really good week.
S&P 500
Yes.
registers its biggest weekly percentage decline since September.
Great volatility. This should be your second target into 170, 180 if you are still in this trade.
US's Loeffler says Small Business Administration is open to crypto.
I wish we had more time. That would have been a really easy trade. Look. This is what we saw into it, just to give context. Like, clearly someone getting stuffed at the highs, and then buyer offsides at 50, and then offer lowering into it and accelerating, and then rotation through. Well,
We'll do it again on Monday. Crazy. Even on that note, the NQ opening range on the 15 was
So for the week, the
450
S&P
points.
500 is down 3.1%, Nasdaq down 3.45%, and the Dow down 2.37%.
Alright, I am gonna boogie. You guys enjoy your weekend. I will see you folks on Monday. We'll do it all over again.
Peace.
Goodbye.